gives them a couple more hours of sleep. That's coming.
Yep.
I live in Clarksville. Never know what the road is gonna be like.
That's true.
Jason, do you know if we have a printed copy of the instruction yet? Do you know? He's been sending us emails. I'll refer to it as the 7:07 a.m. email instruction. So I was a little surprised that I wanted to agree less with us.
The opportunity to get part of it. What the defense people were raised was, they're talking about all the ladies on that, so.
Thank you, Jason. Okay. So you show it to them.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Is there any other pictures?
Not that I'm aware of.
One of Akilah's mother is one of her. So when I call her, she wants. We already addressed the can't give her credit. Mine's a little different than this page. Read it.
So I don't think they done those.
It's her. These are
I think I saw the deliberation.
She's
I saw a big screen in the deliberation.
She just wanted because it was concerned that she started testifying. She's all over the place. In person, get to the contract.
Yeah, she's just gonna say.
Is yours up? Is there anything on your screen? It's not.
This menu.
Yeah, there's nothing coming up.
Yeah. It's in the box.
Yeah. I just restarted it. Give that about a minute and then we'll try it again, man.
morning we'll talk about the jury instruction.
Like this one.
Yeah, I forgot the verdict form I had separate from the, a page divided between the two, and I just forgot to scroll down and make the changes on that.
I think this one is just, their sole discretion.
Basically is what it was, and, I had put that in the body of the instruction, but when I got to the verdict form, I got the verdict form, because like I said, I skipped a page on this. Have you had a chance to even look at it? I mean, I sent it out about 7 this morning, but.
Yeah, I have a copy of it, and based on what I've seen so far, I'm in
Okay.
council for meetings with family outside the hallway.
I'm sorry?
My co-counsel are meeting with family.
That's fine. So, it appears that this looks all right. So, give it to Damon and have the attorneys have a copy. But, for everybody in the courtroom, I want to thank you for the way you conducted yourself yesterday afternoon or yesterday evening when the jury was reading the verdict. I know it was emotionally a charged situation, and I do appreciate your efforts to conduct yourself in a proper manner in front of the jury, and I certainly respect and appreciate all that. You know what to do, Steve? You know what? I think Jay may be coming around.
Tell him Como had it, said all they had to do was plug it into HDMI 1. Right, I'm trying to see what else we had to do.
submitted amendments. Today is the punishment phase of this trial, and except for jury selection, obviously, it pretty much procedurally will be the same as the regular trial was. So there will be opening statements, some evidentiary testimony presented to you, this type of thing, and some closing arguments, and I'll charge you on the law as it relates to the punishment phase. All right? So, may proceed.
Trying to say without having any opening statement as such, because of the nature of this part of the hearing, but we would, to put on the record, I think procedurally, is that at this point in the trial, the state is relying upon two aggravating circumstances. Number one, the defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to two or more persons other than the victim murdered during the act of murder. And two, the defendant committed mass murder, which is defined as the murder of three or more persons, whether committed during a single criminal episode or at different times within a 48-month period, and would ask the jury to consider as part of the proof in this case the evidence that was presented during the guilt-innocence phase of the trial. And with the court's approval, we would now ask to be allowed to call victim impact witnesses.
Good morning. I want to start by saying that although we disagree with your verdict, we fully respect your decision and appreciate the work y'all put into this case to this point. We just see things a little differently, but we nevertheless respect what you've done and appreciate the work that you've put in on this. Now we're going to a different phase in this case, and you're going to have a choice. You're going to have a choice between two options, and those options deal with what's going to happen with Travis Reinking from this point forward. One of the choices that you're going to have is to sentence him to life imprisonment with the possibility of release at some point. You may or may not have been aware of this at this point, and the jury instruction will say this, but that decision means life imprisonment with the possibility of release after serving 51 calendar years in prison. So what you've done by your verdict is, at a minimum, you've already sentenced him to a minimum of 51 calendar years in prison. At his age, you can ask yourself, do you think he'll ever make it out, even if he had that opportunity for parole? So one decision you have is, do we sentence him to life in prison with the possibility of release after 51 calendar years, or do we just say life in prison without the possibility of parole? That's the two decisions, the two choices. In factoring in what your decision should be, as the state said, 1/2 of the scale is the aggravating circumstances that they believe they have proven in this case. On the other hand, we have what are called mitigating circumstances. Now, the proof that you can consider in the aggravating circumstances and the mitigating circumstances can come from whatever you see today, and can also come from whatever you saw in the trial itself. So we don't have to come in here and put on more evidence. And I'll tell you right now that we're going to be relying on all the mental health proof that we put on in the trial. You would consider that just as if we spent 2 days doing the same thing again. So anything that you have heard, seen, observed, that from the beginning of this trial up and through today, you can consider in determining whether or not an aggravating circumstance or a mitigating circumstance applies in this case. We believe that when you weigh that evidence, you're going to find 5 mitigating factors. They mentioned the 2 that they believe they have proven. We're going to mention the 5 that we believe we have proven. Those 5 that we believe we have proven are: the defendant has no significant history of criminal activity. You've heard about an arrest, and that would be prior to this incident, but you've heard about the arrest in D.C. for what he did there. But we think that applies in this case. The next mitigating factor was the murder was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. I think that's as clear and absolute as it could possibly be. The murder was committed under circumstances what the defendant reasonably believed to provide a moral justification for the defendant's conduct. He believed that moral justification. The capacity of the defendant to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law was substantially impaired as a result of mental disease or defect or intoxication, which was insufficient to establish a defense to the crime, but what substantially affected his judgment. These 4 that I've read so far, there's a 5th one, but these 4 come from our statutes that said these are the legislature believes that these are statutory mitigating factors that you can consider. We no longer have a burden of proof to prove these by clear and convincing evidence. In fact, you can find this on your own. We don't have the burden of proof on that. You can find this on your own. And so those things basically in a nutshell means that although you apparently didn't believe that our mental health proof was enough to rise to a defense, it certainly can be enough to sentence him to life with the possibility of parole after serving 51 years, as opposed to life without the possibility of parole. The 5th mitigating factor is any other mitigating factor which is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or the defense at either the guilt or sentencing hearing. That is, you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character or record or any aspect or circumstance of the offense favorable to the defendant which is supported by the evidence. That means anything else that you individually find to be mitigating in this case. Some of you may find some of the mitigating factors exist. Some of you may disagree. When it comes time to weigh these, some of you may give great weight to some of these. You may give great weight to his mental health situation in determining what the punishment would be. Some of you may not be as moved by a particular mitigating evidence. But what's happening here is the 12 of you are basically making your own individual decision as to weighing out the statutory aggravators and mitigators and deciding for yourself, should Travis be punished by being sentenced to life imprisonment after serving 51 calendar years in the Tennessee Department of Corrections, or do we need to up that to just say life without parole? And each of you make your own individual decision with that. So after you hear the proof today, and at the end of this sentencing hearing, you can consider everything you've heard from last Monday morning all the way through today. You can look at the statutory aggravating circumstances, look at the mitigating circumstances that will be in here, and each of you individually get to weigh your decision as to what is his punishment from this day forward. And obviously, we are asking you to sentence him to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after serving 51 calendar years in prison. Thank you.
Go ahead, first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Patricia Perez.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Perez. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Patricia Perez.
And you are the mother of Joe Perez Jr., is that right?
Yes, I am.
And how many children do you have?
I have three sons: Cruz Perez, Christian Perez, and Joey Perez.
And how old are your other sons?
Cruz is 31, Christian is 29, and Joey is would have been 24.
He would have been 24 this year, right?
Yes.
So he was the youngest of your three sons, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, he was my baby.
And can you describe, back in 2018, I know that you previously testified that your son Joey had just moved to the Nashville area.
Because he had, we were all planning to make the move. He came first to help his brother. And, yeah.
And so Joey moved here to help his brother with a business.
With the business, he had been here. I drove him here in December. We got here on December 22nd of 2017. Is his first day of residence here in Nashville.
And Ms. Perez, can you describe the emotional and physical and psychological and financial impact that your family has suffered since your son Joe Perez Jr. was murdered on April 22nd, 2018?
Our lives were completely destroyed. My son Christian moved home, closed his business because he could no longer stay here in Nashville. I've always been somebody that they say is unbreakable, because no matter what our family has been through, I will always be the one to bring our family up. This has broken me. Not just my spirit, not just my family, but also my mind. It has been hard for me to get up every day and to go on and to think. I wake up every day with just a little bit of hope that everything that has happened is a dream and that I'll wake up and everything will be fine. But it isn't. And he truly is gone and no longer here. This man took away my future grandchildren. He took away an uncle to my granddaughters and to any other future grandchildren that I may have. There's one thing that I want to say is, like I said, this has broken me mentally. And I'm ashamed to say that I was in a hospital. And on that day, I fell asleep, screaming into a pillow. When I awoke with a baby in my arms. And I couldn't understand where the baby had come from. And the baby was a little girl, about a year old. And I just kept looking at her. And then I heard Joey's voice. Joey told me, "Mommy, do you have my puppy?" And I opened the door, and he's standing there. And he's like, "Mommy, you do have Poppy." And he gives me a kiss. He takes that baby from my arms. And he says, "Here's my poppin'." And he's there. He's married. And he has a baby. And I realized that is the life that man stole from me. That is my son's life he took. He took that away. He took that from me. I will never see that baby. I will never see my son again. Because of your actions. Because of what he did.
Ms. Perez, do you want to take a moment?
Yeah.
Ms. Perez, can you describe the impact that this has had on your sons, Cruz and Christian?
My son Christian blames himself for bringing his brother to Nashville. He thinks that if he would have waited like I asked, then none of this would have happened. My son Cruz doesn't talk about it, doesn't want to hear about it. But a good thing came from it because he got certified as an EMT and he is going to school for paramedics training. And he said with every life that he saves is in dedication to or in dedication for his brother, since his brother's life could not be saved. And that's pretty much it.
Miss Perez, the photograph that's on the screen, that's your son, Joe Perez Jr., that your family calls Joey, that you've just testified about.
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Perez. I don't have any other questions.
No question. Thank you, Ms. Brett. Go ahead, next one.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Joe Perez Senior.
If you would raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
You solemnly swear to affirm and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Perez, could you please state your full name for the record?
Joe Rene Perez Senior.
And are you the father of Joe Perez Jr.?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Perez, can you please describe the financial, emotional, psychological, or physical effect that your son's murder has had on you and your family?
Well, I mean, like my wife said, you know, it just devastated our family. April 22nd, you know, it was the worst day of our lives. 2018. And I didn't think it could get any worse, you know, than that. And being here again, it's just brought everything back again. So we have to pick up the pieces again and start over.
Mr. Perez, can you describe what you've seen your wife go through over the last 4 years?
She's gone through a lot of pain. She really has. I've been there with her all the time. She's been, like she said, in the hospital a couple of times, not just once. And I've been, you know, it's been hard on myself also, you know, trying to keep everything afloat while she's getting help, and it's been really mentally strainful for me. And you know, I try not to show, to keep my other two sons, you know, strong, so they don't see me break down.
Is that easy for you to do?
Not at all.
What about your sons, Cruz and Christian? What have you seen them experience?
Like Cruz, my wife said, Cruz, he's like me. He tries to be strong. And he has his moments. Christian, on the other hand, you know, like my wife said, he blames himself every time. I've had to consult him many times, telling him, son, it wasn't your fault. He calls me crying, apologizing for bringing Joey over here. I tell him it's not your fault, son. I said someone else took your brother. It wasn't you. He believes he says he should have been there for you. I said, wasn't your fault, son.
Mr. Perez, was there any other effect that you wanted to testify to today?
Yeah, you know, I miss my son, Joey. You know, he always, I said, he always tell me, Dad, I need you to make some barbecue, you know. He loved my barbecue. You know, it's something wrong with this car. So, Dad, you need to fix my car. I said, all right, son, I'll take care of it. You know, we're a close-knit family. We never turn our backs on, you know, on our kids. We never tell our kids you need to leave the house. Never. We'd rather have them at the house with us, no matter how old they are. But, you know, they have to live their own lives and do their own thing. But they know they always got a home if they ever need to come back home.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. You must have that one.
Blanche Anderson.
Who would raise your right hand if you sworn to sleep?
solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Once again, can you tell us your name?
Blanche Anderson.
And Ms. Anderson, you testified briefly in the first part of the trial. I'm going to ask you some more questions now in depth about the young man whose picture is on the screen. Tell us again, who is that?
That's Taurean Sanderlin, my nephew.
And approximately how old was he when that picture was taken?
He was probably 25. May have been 26, somewhere around there.
He has a big smile on his face.
Yes, beautiful smile.
Were you close to your nephew?
Very close. He he never greeted me without coming and giving me a big hug, said, "Hey, Auntie," and Blanche.
Have you been essentially involved in his life since he was born?
Since he was born. Me and my sister are close, so when she was pregnant, I was always in touch with her. The day she gave birth, I drove down and I spent 2 weeks with them, and I took care of Taurean.
And what is your sister's name?
Wanda Sanderlin. If she would stand up.
I was going to ask that. And who is her husband?
Charles Sanderlin. They are both overwhelmed. They can't speak. They asked me to do it. I'm doing my best.
That's what I was going to ask. And of course, permission. Could they stand?
I would appreciate if they would,
They may.
so they could see them. Thank you.
And since the murder of Taurean Sanderlin on April the 22nd, 2018, have you remained in touch with your sister and brother-in-law?
Every day. Yes.
When did you first learn of Taurean's passing?
The morning of, my son called, and he was frantic. Mom, I need your help. And I said, what's going on? He said, Taurean's been shot. I said, he haven't been shot. He said, yes. And I didn't know. He said, I need your help. I said, okay, give me time. I said, I'm going to call the police station. Let me see if I can find out what happened. I couldn't get through to the police station, so I started calling the hospitals. And because of the tragicness of it, they said they couldn't give it to me over the phone. Someone had to come down with identification. My son couldn't do it. I had to call Wanda. I said, you guys got to go down. Taurean's been shot.
So, were you the person who relayed that information to them?
Yes.
Knowing what has occurred and what had occurred through the days and the months and now years since then, have you seen the impact of what this has done to Taurean's mother and father? And if so, could you describe that?
For them, Wanda has been she's still under doctor's care. She has had so much stress. She breaks out in all these big whips over her body. The doctor said it's stressing her nerves. They got her on so much medication trying to control it. And I think she's still experiencing it. It's so hard to see when she calls and tells me what's going on and to see it. And I know for myself, I can't sleep. Anytime I would go to sleep, I would dream about Taurean. I would dream we were talking and we would do things together, and I wake up sometimes crying. So I quit going to sleep. I couldn't sleep. And even today, I can't sleep. Because when I go, I think of him. And I know if I do it, I know she's doing it. And she said, nobody understands. I tell her, I do. Because I was just as close. But I know he wasn't my son. But he was my nephew. And I was very close with him. He lived with me for 2 years. He was like a big brother to my son.
What has it been like that you've seen for both his mother and his father, you and your son, that Taurean is no longer alive?
When we have family gatherings, Wanda's there, but she's not there. Because all she sees is Taurean's not there. My son's there, my sister's son's there, my brother's family, all our family's there, but she don't see Taurean. So she's there, but she's not there.
That sounds like you might be describing a family reunion.
Right.
Oh, and are those
we
yearly?
Try to have those once a year. As a family, we try to get together. And it's just not the same because she's not there.
At those reunions prior to his murder, would Taurean be there?
Taurean, like I say, Taurean loved to cook. He would always man the grill. He would take care of the best food you could eat. He loved cooking. And I like to say, I have a grandson. Taurean lived with him. And he was only 4 when it happened. He went to school. And when he would come home, I always talked to him, what happened at school? And he told me, Mom, someone died. I said, why would you say that? They took her away and she didn't come back. They were outside playing and the little girl got hurt. So her parents took her home. He thought she was dead. So I said, baby, are you sure? He said, yeah, Mama, they took her. He called me Mom. I said, no. I said, she just got hurt. She will be back tomorrow. I had to reassure him. And the next day she did show back up and I said, did she show up? He said, yeah, I told you she wasn't dead. But he associates when he don't see you for a while that you're dead.
And so even on down to someone that young in the family.
Yes, because him and Taurean, they had a good relationship. They would I'll let my son tell you about their relationship.
And did your sister and your brother-in-law have any other children?
They have one other son, and he would be here today, but he's out of the country. So my son will be speaking for him, but they have one other son, the youngest son. Tari was the oldest.
Mr. Sanderlin, Taurean's father. No, he's a quiet person,
Yes.
but have you seen what this has done to him?
Yes, I have. I hate to say it, but he's drinking more. He kind of tried to be strong for Wanda and not say too much, but it had a toll on him. He's not the same. Wanda would never be the same. He's not the same. Wanda was so warm and open, and you could just have a good time with her. Now she's short with you. She don't have the patience. She's suspicious of everything. She don't go nowhere no more. She's just afraid. Nobody can be behind her when we out. Well, I think it's okay. We okay. But she just.
Now we have that picture of Taurean.
Yes.
Did you bring another one today?
I sure did. We brought one.
If I could ask this to be passed, council has seen it. Ms. Anderson, I know you brought that today, and I just want to do the process right. So,
Right.
Are those pictures of Taurean in various stages of his life?
Yes, it is.
All right, ask that be admitted as the next numbered exhibit and be allowed to publish it on the overhead. And Ms. Anderson, that screen in front of you is sort of a little magic with it, that if you touch the screen, it will make a mark on it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just start down. Actually, let's start down there and work our way back around. Who is?
Oh, that's Wanda.
Okay.
That's his mother.
And let you just touch the pictures as we go around until they've all been marked.
Okay. That's Tari.
Okay. About what age?
He's probably 2 there. Oh, I'm supposed to continue to. I'm
yes,
sorry.
I was just
I just started there.
Yeah,
I'm
touch
sorry.
another one, like I said, till we've got a mark on all of them.
Okay, that is Tari again. He's probably he may be 3 there. And that, he's probably about 6 or 7 months. He may be 9 months there. And Tari here, I believe he's about 7 here.
And throughout all of these ages, were you there
Yes.
following along in his life?
Yes, I was. He was probably 3. And then go back, he wanted to play football, but his dad wouldn't let him.
Right. I was going to say, so did he go to Beach High School?
Yes, he did.
And
at Beach High School, when he was in grade school, his principal told him she knew he was going to be a chef one day. Even when he was in grade school, they noticed he loved to cook. And then that's his graduation. I was there for his graduation from high school. And now that is Tari being his beautiful self. That's the oldest picture of him.
Would be fair to say that Taurean Sanderlin was a happy person?
Tari was a very happy person, but he was a quiet person. His dad is big, so he's big. Mm-hmm. But he was a gentle, he loved animals, he loved dogs. He left behind a dog, Rocco.
Did he love his work?
he loved his work. He enjoyed his work. He just loved it, yes. And Tari, like I say, when he left home, he struggled a while because as a teenager you get your bearings, figure out what you want to do. And he finally said, well, I'm going to go ahead and go for being a chef since that's what I enjoy. And he had just settled into doing that. And we were very happy for him.
Looking forward to a life and a career.
Yeah, because he wanted to possibly one day open up his own restaurant and run that. So, and we knew it would be successful because he could cook good.
Is there anything else you would like to tell about Taurean and how his loss and not seeing that smile?
Tari not only had a beautiful smile, but Tari had a laughter that when you heard it, you couldn't help but laugh with him. He was such, and he was such an outstanding person. He was warm. He loved people. He always, if you needed something, he was there for you. I have to tell about the time we were on vacation and we rented a boat. We was in Arkansas. We was on the Mississippi River and we rented a boat and we had a raft on the end of it. We were pulling it and they were riding back there. My son had to be the first one on it. He don't swim very well, but we thought he was going to be secure. We put him on it. My sister was driving. She took off. My son fell off. All we could see was his eyes because he was so frantic because he was in the Mississippi River. I looked at Tari. I said, save him. Tari just dove in. Tari could swim like a dolphin. He was the best swimmer. He swam to Tari. Bryson, by the time we got the boat turned around, he had already got him. We got him back on the boat, and everybody got settled and regrouped, and we just continued our vacation. But Tari could swim better than anybody I had known, and there was nothing for him to dive in that water to go and save my son, because if he hadn't did that, he may not have been here. He was always, if you needed him, he was there for you. He was dating a young lady, and he had asked his mom, he said, how do you break off with somebody without hurting them? He didn't want to hurt her because he knew she wasn't the person for him, but he couldn't break off from her because he said, I don't want to hurt her.
Has his loss, his death, his murder affected many, many people?
Many, many people. My mother is 90 years old, and she, to this day, she couldn't come to the trial. She was here in town, but she said, I will watch it on TV. And she got to the point she couldn't even watch it on TV. And they left and went back home Wednesday. But it has affected, and my brothers, because they mentored Tari. They always would try to be the uncle for him whenever he needed them. Because when Tari needed anything, he would call, I have to say this, Bryson would call me, my son, Mom, your other son needs to talk to you. He's going through something. I said, what's going on? Just talk to your other son.
And
so I would call and talk to Tari, and we get things straightened out, and then he feel better, and we felt better, and we go on. We were just a close-knit family. We are a close-knit family.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you.
Hold on just a second.
No questions, Joy.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, thank you. Bryson Murray.
So if you would raise your hand and be sworn, please.
solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Can we pull the television screen back out, please, just for a second?
They just leave it out there.
Sir, could you tell us your name and spell both your first and last name for us?
Okay, my name is William Bryson Murray, WILLIAMBRYSONMURRAY.
Mr. Murray, do you live here in Nashville?
Yeah, I live here in Nashville. I live in 1928 Brookshire Port.
Well-
I live
Okay.
down the street from the Waffle House. I was just trying to put it in perspective.
Okay, well, I was going to get there without you necessarily having to tell your street address.
Yeah, oh well.
But in any event, putting that into perspective of knowing where this occurred, correct?
Yes.
And do you know the young man?
Yeah,
That
the
picture.
young man, that's my cousin. That's my brother. That was my spades partner. That was my my partner in Fortnite. Shoot, that was my partner in Destiny. Any video game, that was my Marvel. Go to the movie theater, see Marvel movies with. That was everything. Anything he needed to do or we needed to do together, that's what we did.
And I believe we know from your mother's testimony that you and Taurean cousins, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said brothers. Is that how you felt though about
Yeah,
it?
that's how I felt. I mean, he kind of followed us at the time. I know my mom said he had lived with us in Springfield, Illinois when I was in high school. He also, when I moved down here to Nashville, we lived together at his mom's older house, so a duplex. Me and Taurean lived together there. At the time of this incident, I had a house at the time. He lived with me at the time. This incident, that was the main reason he was at the Waffle House he was at, because it was the Waffle House closer to my house. It was easier for him to get to work. So, I mean, that was the main reason he was even in the position he was.
And with respect to that particular Waffle House, how long had he been working there?
He had just transferred to that Waffle House, so I think he might have only been there maybe 3 months or so. Because I remember just taking him to Waffle House. I took him to work pretty much every night. I would have my son with me a lot of the times when we took him to work because it was such a short drive. Like, my son would sit on my lap and kind of steer the wheel. This is him at like 3, and I was like, yeah, we got to take Taurean to work. So that was our little fun thing we did together, taking him to work. I was like, yeah, I'll let you steer the wheel while we take him down the street to work. And I remember at times when he was at the other Waffle Houses, like he's worked at the one on Trinity Lane. He's worked on the ones on Murfreesboro further down the street by 440. He's worked at one other one, I believe. And out of all the Waffle Houses, when they built that new one, all we could think of, it's in a better location. And I remember talking to him about all that time, it's in a better location. You're going to probably get more money at this location. It's safer. It's closer to me than some of these other ones. And to see all this happen.
Was Taurean older or younger than you? About what age difference?
Taurean was a year and 1 month older than me.
Okay. So essentially, y'all grew up together.
Yeah, we grew up together. And like I said, he had lived with me there. I forgot to mention that he did also, even when I was in college at Western Illinois, he would be down there a lot and stay with me where I was at there. So a lot of places I've been, he kind of followed behind me. I know I always tried to talk him into doing different things, especially with school. I know I went to Western Illinois, transferred to Tennessee State. We also always talked about school. I know when I first got down here and was going to Tennessee State, he was in a partnership with electrical partnership internship thing, and I remember how much, like, both of us having to go to school and do homework, how that process was, and how happy he was to be doing that. And then later on, him trying to go a different direction just because he's getting older, realizing kind of what he wants to do more in life, and thinking about cooking more and what steps he wants to do to kind of pursue that, and me trying to help him as best I could and try to help him, direct him a little bit.
And so he found his passion in life, from what it sounds like.
Yeah, me and Taurean, I mean, since we were maybe 10 or 8, we've been on the grill cooking. Maybe even younger than that. Maybe my aunt or my mom could remember us cooking something, but we've always been on the grill, seasoning food, cleaning food, getting it ready for everybody else. So we always took pride in that. We'll be up early before everybody else. As we got older, we're up at 3 a.m. with uncles, getting everything prepared, buying all the food, going to Sam's, going wherever we need to do, talking about it, preparing for later where maybe we're going to play cards, getting ready, we're going to do this, talking to family, saying what's going to happen later, just having, we always had a good time. And I'm sure that even some of the people that were there, I'm hoping that at least he made them laugh. Because I know that's something he would do, regardless of who you were. He's going to do something silly to make you laugh. So I hope that happens.
You mentioned your son, who was about
my son
3
was,
at the time.
Yeah, he was 3 or 4. I know I worked a lot, and my son might have actually seen him more during that period of time. And because Taurean worked nights, so he worked maybe from 11 to 6 or 10 to 6. And so during the day, he was up when my son wasn't in school. My son was never in daycare. So his mom would be home and Taurean would be home. Taurean would be up playing with him all the time, throwing him around, just playing games with him. My son is very energetic and always doing stuff. So there's no telling what all the trouble they might have got in together while I was at work. But I know they had a good time.
And the reason I asked that is, did there come a time when you had to tell your son that Taurean wasn't coming back?
Yeah, that was just a hard time, just because it was hard for me because the whole thing, I know I'm bad about it. I don't really talk about my cousin a lot. So my son came up to me just asking where he was, and then having to look like my son and I and not being able to explain it. I don't think I know I wasn't able to explain it at all. Pretty sure his grandma, somebody else had to explain it, because at the time, I mean, probably even to this day, there's always going to be a part of me that's kind of tears up anytime I talk about Taurean or see something about him or something that reminds me of him. Because, like I said, he lived with me. So to this day, my son's room is still kind of Taurean's room. And it's just parts of the time. So a lot of times that correlation with my son and Taurean, that's just always going to be there.
And so is this a daily, weekly, monthly? Has his loss?
Oh, his loss is always going to be a daily thing for me, just because he lived with me. This wasn't a type of family thing where I saw him once every 2 years. He was really my brother. There's not been a time ever when I've told him no to something that he's asked of me, or I've had to question it. Like, if that day, just to put it in perspective.
I think we're going on the same line, because I was going to ask, Do you recall the last time you saw Taurean?
Yeah, the last time I saw him, we had went to, like, I work at a job. I'm thankful enough to work at a job where the company I work at owns a suite. So that night we had went to the comedy jam with I think it was George Lopez, Eddie Griffin, and some other comedians. So we were there probably from 7 till 10:30 or so. So we got to enjoy that in the suite with open bar, everything.
Is that Bridgestone Arena?
Yeah, that's in Bridgestone Arena in Nashville. So we went downtown, enjoyed that, laughed, had fun. On the way, leaving Bridgestone with all the traffic, we're talking about maybe we shouldn't even go to work. We've had a good time. And I just remember me saying, oh, well, you got to put work first. And still taking them in after we got to my house. I think he took a shower and went to work. I know that day he got to work late because we had a good time, and he had already told him that we had plans to go to that concert where he was going to help out. So that's how that night went. And then I remember that day, just to put it in perspective, how we were like that morning. I'm waking up. I'm getting the game on because usually when he came home, that's the first thing we might do before he went to sleep was play the game or play Fortnite. Like, since that day, I haven't played Fortnite since the incident. Haven't turned it on, haven't tried it, haven't played Destiny. I know a lot of people might not know about Destiny, but it's you need a lot of teamwork. Teams of like 6 to do little raids at the end. Haven't did any of that since the incident because it's just a piece of me that kind of got lost with that. And I remember waking up at 5 a.m. or 5:30 probably, getting the game ready. By the time he get off, we're going to be ready. And seeing at my phone and seeing I got 40 missed calls and 30 texts from people that know me saying, there's something at Waffle House, you need to check it out. Is your cousin okay? I remember calling my cousin about 30 times, thinking, oh, maybe he just dropped his phone or his phone dead. Then I turn on the news and I start seeing it and processing all the stuff that's happening. And then I'm thinking to myself, well, shoot, okay, maybe he got shot with like a little pistol or something. He fine, he a big dude. Shoot, I just need to find where he at. So I'm processing that, but at the same time, I'm seeing the news and they're slowly getting updates and seeing what type of gun was used. And then in my head, I'm going a whole different direction. And then I end up heading to Waffle House that day because it's not far. It's Waffle House from my house is 2 turns away. So I remember going down to Waffle House that day and going through, because I didn't care at the time, I'm going through the yellow tape. And then I see a body on the ground still. And then someone, I think one of the girls from Waffle House came up to me saying he didn't make it.
So you were there?
Yeah, so I went up there, I was there. And then I just remember that day, I remember calling my aunt, I know after that happened, and trying to tell her that I know y'all trying to look for him at all these hospitals, but his body's still on the ground.
So were you the person who had to break the news to his?
Well, I broke it. This is before the news that reported the names and all this stuff is happening. So my aunt's it was still all in denial at that point. It's like you couldn't process. My aunt couldn't process that at the time. She's like, yeah, we're going to call a few more hospitals. We're going to find him. He's going to be okay. So it was something that nobody was ready to process. And I know for my aunt, like later on, once you get the call that's actually saying that Taurean is the person officially, I mean, a part of my aunt just died. And I mean, that hurt so much because of my family. My mom, she didn't say it, but she's one of 9. At the time, we lost one person because of medical reasons. we didn't lose anybody in our life, in our family. And my grandma's 90. She hasn't lost any of her kids, any of her kids' kids. So for my aunt to be like the first one to lose a child to something like this that was out of nowhere and nothing they did, like there's so much stuff that's happening that maybe people are doing the wrong thing, but when somebody was just going to work and just trying to do what was right at the time, and then they be taken from you, it's just something that it's not like a pill anybody should be able to swallow. And that's what happened. And then I know for me, I know I have a child. I have one child, and at the time, Taurean didn't have any children. So I know my aunt's looking at me like, you need more children. I gotta replace this. So I know that's always gonna be a void in my aunt's heart. And at the same time, to this day, anything my aunt asks me to do, I don't say no to my aunt either. If it's something she needs once, I'm gonna try to make it happen, or figure it out, because I know how she feels about Taurean, and that's something I could just be there for her, but I can't replace it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Hold on.
No, you thank you, Mr. Murray.
State called Shaundelle.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand and be sworn, please?
You solemnly swear to affirm and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning, ma'am. Would you please state your name and spell it?
I'm sorry. Shaundelle Brooks, SHAUNDELLE, Brooks, BROOKS.
Miss Brooks, do you have a son by the name of Akilah Dasilva?
I do.
When was he born?
November 17th, 1994.
And how many children do you have?
4.
Where did he fit in the age of your children?
He was the second child.
Ms. Brooks, I understand that you wrote something in order to assist you with your testimony today. Yeah. Ms. Brooks, I'm going to show you a picture. If you recognize this person?
I do.
And who is that?
My son.
How old was Akilah about the time that he took this picture?
He was 17.
Is this a prom picture?
It is.
I was mentioning, Ms. Brooks, that you said that you wrote something that might assist you with your testimony here today.
Yeah.
Okay. And I've discussed this, Your Honor, with defense counsel. So with the court's permission, I'd ask Ms. Brooks to read it. And there is going to be a portion where I ask you to stop, but just read until I tell you to stop.
sorry. Every morning, I wake up with the same thought. My baby is gone. Every morning, before I even get out of my bed, I relive that night in my head. Every morning, I feel that unbearable sense of loss and sorrow. I miss him. The pain is so great that some days I'm not sure I can even open my eyes. I didn't lose my son Akilah. He was taken from me, taken from my family, ripped from us. The slaves left our family incomplete, forever broken. My son left our home on April 22nd, 2018. He left a video game paused in his room. He left a music project up on his computer. He left a safe and left our lives forever. That night, our nightmare began. When I woke up around 3:40 a.m., I noticed my sons were still out. I texted them like I normally do to check in and make sure they were okay. Minutes later, my oldest son, Abede, called me and said they were at the Waffle House and someone was shooting. I immediately asked where is Akilah, because I knew I was talking to Abede and he was okay. When he responded that he didn't know, my heart dropped. I then drove to Waffle House, where the scene was so chaotic. It was... It was almost blinded by the sirens and flashing lights. My heart was just pounding in my chest. My thoughts raced through my head. I remember thinking, what's happening? Where are my sons? Where is Akilah? I stopped, I got out the car, and I'm thinking, the police stopped me at the entrance, and he said, ma'am, you couldn't go back there. I said, but my sons are back there. And the ambulance drove up beside me, and the doors just opened. It just opened, and then someone was laying in there. And I recognized the shoes, that it was Akilah's. And I said, oh God. I said, Akilah, I called his name 3 times and he didn't answer. I knew something was wrong. Oh my God. I saw Akilah shoes through the door of the ambulance and cried out to him. I was just begging God that he would respond. I prayed that someone would tell me that my baby was okay. But they said he didn't make it. Looking at my baby's cold, motionless body in a box was devastating, crushing. The pain I felt at that moment was indescribable. It is something I thought I would never experience in my life. It's something a mother, a parent, a family should never have to experience. It's so surreal. It's the stuff you see in a nightmare. No parent should ever have to bury their child. But I did. And now I live that nightmare every day. My son was gifted. He was a gifted artist, a brilliant student. He wrote and produced songs, recorded and edited videos. He built his own computer from scratch to work on his music. He was a genius to me. My little genius. He was a computer and audio engineer. He had great purpose. He had big goals and dreams. He was a beacon of hope. Akilah stood out in everything he did. He weighed 10 pounds, almost 10 pounds when he was born. He did everything quickly. He walked quickly. He had a mission. He had a mission and a vision. We realized early that Akilah's brain worked 10 times faster than ours. He mastered every electronic device that he owned before he was even 2 years old. And it didn't stop there as he got older. He was a perfectionist and followed through on every task he set out to complete. Telling him no, or that he couldn't do something, only made him more determined to work harder, to learn and to master it. He was quiet, but in his mind, he was always working. Akilah was loved by people whose lives he touched. He was not perfect, but he came very close. I always told him that he was so special, that he was a prophet, that he made a song of it. He was one of a kind. I knew he would have done great things. He was already doing that. He always told me, "Mom, I will take care of you. We're not worried about finances." When I was worried and stressed, he would comfort me. Because even as a child, he was always thinking about others. He was always kind and was always spreading love. My son's music was always positive and encouraging. Like many young people in America, he was upset by gun violence in our country and used his music to urge people to turn away from it. One of the lines from his song, Prophet, it went like this: "Forget about making a hashtag. Just throw all the guns in a trash bag." Akilah was part of the lockdown generation in this country, conditioned by lockdown drills, never-ending news stories of gun violence and mass shootings. It impacted him. He spoke about gun violence and preventing gun violence in his music.
Ms. Brooks, would you skip this next sentence and go to the one after it, which says, "My son Akilah"?
Before that?
Just skip the next sentence and please start it. "My son Akilah was a beautiful soul."
My son Akilah was a beautiful soul who perfected how to be a son. He was a great brother to his siblings. He loved his family. But most of all, Akilah wanted to live. He wanted to create positive change in this world. He showed compassion, not anger. He spread love, not hate. He was just an old soul. He was just a good person who deserved to live. We didn't lose him. He was taken from us. My sweet baby, my angel, my son was robbed of his life. And from those that were privileged to have known him, privileged to have loved him, were robbed of his life, of his light, of the promise of what he would have become, and all the good he would have done. We have been robbed of Christmas mornings, birthdays, celebrations. I miss talking to him. I miss our 2-hour phone calls. We live with that loss every day. We live with that pain every day. Since my son's murder, I have learned a lot about gun violence in our country, in our state. I have dedicated my life to preventing gun violence. I want to do whatever I can to prevent another mother from having to bury her children, from having to wake up every day with a broken heart. To know that she will grow old without her beloved child. It is impossible to know the pain of your child being murdered unless you experienced it yourself. That pain extends beyond just the loss of life. It impacts everyone it attached to. My son Abede suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder after what he saw and experienced. Abede watches Akilah bled, held him as he screamed in pain, and ultimately watched him die. The last words Abede heard from Akilah is, "I can't breathe." Abede consistently played those words back in his head over and over again. He will carry that trauma with him for the rest of his life. Senseless gun violence took my son, my sweet Akilah, away from me, from his siblings, his family, his friends. Our lives will never be the same. I have become a survivor with no choice of my own. My family has joined this informal and sadly growing club of gun violence survivors. family members whose loved ones were taken by bullets. The members of this club are the only ones who truly understand the never-ending pain, the unbearable loss, the trauma that we relive over and over. It is a club with far too many members. While I am grateful for it, it is still a club no family wants to join. Akilah was robbed of his dreams, his goals, his opportunity to have children and a family. We were robbed of Akilah. My sweet, innocent baby was gunned down. The pain is sometimes so intense. The pain is intense today as it was the night of April 22nd. That fear, that trauma, and horror I feel is all consuming. But instead of concentrating on that, I choose to fight. No mother should ever have to bury her child. No family should ever have to relive, should never have to live like this.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
Thank you.
About 10-minute recess. Members of the jury, same rule apply. You can't not discuss anything that transpired in this courtroom this morning. Again, just keep your thoughts to yourself, and we'll get you back in here shortly. We'll be back about 10, 15 minutes as soon as everybody has a chance to.
Morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell it?
Abede Dasilva, Abede, Dasilva, Dasilva.
All right. And Mr. Dasilva, is your brother Akilah?
Yes.
Were you present the evening that Akilah died?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you testified in the trial earlier about your experience that evening. If I recall your testimony, you are 6 years older than?
Yeah, 5 years, 9 months.
Yeah. Were you close?
Yeah.
What effect has witnessing your brother's last words had on you and your family?
I see it every day. I relive it every day. I try to block it out, but I can't. My brother, he wouldn't even get his ears pierced because the pain. So to know that he had to go through pain in those last moments, and I could see it in his eyes, and I could see his face, how he looked every day. I mean, I see it every day, how he looked that night. It's just reliving it every day just tears me apart.
Your mother mentioned that you have post-traumatic stress disorder. What is that? What you just described, does that cause you to have PTSD?
Yes.
Are you having to receive any treatment for it?
Well, I was doing counseling at one point in time, but right now, no.
How has it affected your mother?
It's changed her. It's changed her a lot. It's changed our whole family. I haven't seen her happy in a long time. She gets up, like she says, every day, fighting and trying to do things to keep his memory alive, to fight against gun violence. And, she does it not only to keep his memory alive, but also, as a distraction from the reality of what we go through.
And I understand you have 2 other siblings?
Yes.
And who are they?
My younger sister, Amber, my younger brother, Abede.
How old are your younger siblings?
Amber's 25, and Abede is 15.
Okay. Are they here?
Yes.
Have they been here during the entirety of the trial?
Yes.
Were they also close to Akilah?
Yeah, they were.
So, with regard to Amber, how has this affected Amber?
It's affected her a lot. Amber, she tries to stay strong. We're alike, we're so much alike. She tries to stay strong. She tries to hide it, but her and Akilah was only 2 years apart. They were real close. They went to high school together. They grew up together. They were more, I'll say when it comes to, she was more close with him because in the age. So it affected her a lot. She doesn't talk about it a lot, but I know it affects her a lot because sometimes she breaks down to my mom,
Okay. And what about Abede?
Abede's, he's special. He's different. He's a strong kid. It affected him a lot, but it definitely encouraged him. It motivated him to keep Akilah's name alive. It made him involved into gun violence and fighting to change laws.
Yeah. I noticed that throughout the trial, your family has been wearing one particular color. What is that?
Baby blue.
And why?
It was Akilah's favorite color. You see any pictures of him growing up, all the way up to he was an adult. You see him wearing baby blue t-shirts, hats, anything.
You don't have on baby blue today, though.
Yeah, I do, but it's
Oh.
under my shirt.
Under your shirt.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And do you see your brother in the image that just went up briefly?
Yes.
Do you remember him going to prom?
Yeah, he was like 17 in this picture. He actually went to prom twice. I think this was like his first time going to prom, if I'm not mistaken, or second time.
On the night that your brother was killed, he was with his girlfriend, Shantia Wagner. Do you know if this has had an effect on her?
Yeah, it had a big effect on her. You know, at one point in time, that was the only person I could even talk to about the situation because nobody understood what we went through. I can even talk to my mom about it because, you know, I didn't want to open up to her and, you know, just tell her everything that happened. So T was like the only person that I could talk to, and it was times that she wanted to give up. It was times that she was just like going through all these surgeries. She just wanted to. They was talking about amputating her leg, and she wanted to give up so many times, and she was so depressed. And her and Akilah, I adored their relationship. Like, their relationship was beautiful. Like, I never seen two young people in love, like, really genuinely in love the way they were in love with each other. She supported everything he did. She supported everything, and I always admired that about her.
And I understand one of the things that he did was music.
Yeah, he was a rapper, a videographer, an engineer. He recorded music, he shot the videos, and he was an artist. Yeah.
What was his? Did he have a stage name?
Natrix, like Matrix with an N. Okay. Dream.
And what did that mean?
I never understood where Natrix came from. I never understood where it came from. I just thought it was a cool name. You know, it kind of fit with the dream, the whole baby blue, everything. It just seemed right, you know. He had so many different names before Natrix. Natrix was the official name. He had so many names before that. Yeah.
And your mother described him making music where he talked about, I guess, being against gun violence. Was that kind of the nature of his music?
Yeah, his music was all positivity. He spoke about, like you said, in Prophet, he spoke about stop making hashtags because, you know, in this time of day, people just hashtag something on social media and they keep it pushing. So he's like, instead of just doing stuff for just social media or just for the internet, let's really actually put action towards what we're saying. And he never even cursed in his music. Never cursed. Never said anything bad. Everything was positive about his music.
Do you ever expect your brother to be a hashtag?
No, I would never expect this.
Is there anything else you think you want to share about how this has affected you and your family?
It changed my family, changed our lives completely. My daughter was only 2 years old when he died. It hurts to know that I have to remind her who she is through pictures and videos, and she'll never get to know who he is. It hurts the fact to see my mother cry, and I can't do anything about it. It hurts the fact to know that he died and I didn't. I just never understand. I don't understand I just never understand the significance of this. He didn't deserve it. I think that's what most affects us the most, the fact that the type of person he was. And some people say, like, why would he not have a gun? He's not that type of person. My brother would never pick up a gun. He would never shoot a gun. He don't even like guns. I'll just never understand the fact, I don't know, it just kills me to know that I couldn't do anything about it. The fact that I have to see my mom go through pain every day kills me because, like, I just feel helpless. Like I said, it changed our family completely in so many ways. It changed every last one of us, all my siblings, my mom, me. It's changed us as a person. I don't know. I just never understand. I just never understand, like, if anybody had to go, why it had to be him. Why it couldn't just been me instead of him. He didn't have any kids. He didn't do anything to anybody. Like, if it was supposed to be like this, I would have rather it been me than him. And the fact that I have to live with that every day is torture. That I have to live through that. This is something that I will never be able to get over. I'll never be complete. It was a void. There's nothing that could fill that void. I know he didn't want to die. And the fact that he was murdered instead of, he didn't even die from a car accident or sickness, he was murdered. He had so much talent, so much gift, so much talent. Like she said, he built his own computer. He learned how to shoot videos on his own. Everything, all this stuff he learned how to do off of YouTube. Nobody taught him this. It was just like all this talent taken away for nothing. And it just tears me just to know, like, I'll never understand, I'll never get it. And I have to live with this for the rest of my life. And I don't even know how it would affect me later on, because it has affected me in so many different ways, in different stages. As the years went by, it's affecting me, and it scares me because I don't even know how to handle this. I've never been through nothing like this. I never lost somebody so close. I'm just going along. It's just like, we're just living in a nightmare, and I'm just going along. Just every day is a fight. Every day I wake up is a fight. I try to be strong because I'm grateful that I'm still here. And I know I have to be my brother's voice, but it's hard.
Thank you for being his voice.
Thank you. All right, next witness. Judge, our next witness is D'Angelo Rose.
If you would raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
I solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Mr. Groves, you've already testified once in this case, is that right?
Yes.
And this is the picture that we have already introduced of your sister, Abede, is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us how her murder has affected you personally?
So for my birthday, we always have this tradition where we go to amusement parks and we ride roller coasters. And I've always wanted to go to Cedar Point in Sandusky. And so the year before she passed, we went to Six Flags in Georgia. And then that following year she passed. And then shortly after that, a few months later, I had a birthday. And I actually got to go to Sandusky, Ohio to Cedar Point, but I didn't have my riding buddy with me this time. And she's always been my co-pilot ever since I was able to drive. Every time I got in the car, she was always there. There have been times where a couple times I've had dreams about her, and she would just show up and we would be interacting with each other, and I just remember like in those dreams, like it would be so real to me, like that I would cry and I would just be like thanking God that he resurrected her and brought her back to me. Like that's just how real the interaction was. And then I wake up and I'm like, but I know she's not actually here. There are times when I pull up at my mom's house and I expect to turn the corner and see her car there, and her car is not there.
Have you seen this impact other members of your family?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Mostly more so with my mom. I know that for a while, I don't know if she still does it or not, but I know for a while that like she would mark on the calendar the days that she would cry. And I just remember feeling helpless because there was nothing that I could do. Because her grief is her grief and my grief is my grief, and I will never understand how it feels to carry a child and lose it. But I do know for at least the first couple of years after her death, like it just literally felt like somebody took a vacuum and just sucked the life out of me. It was literally like I lost a piece of me because I didn't realize just how intertwined our lives really were until after she passed. And I remember the first Thanksgiving that we had, I showed up to a family dinner, and usually I have plenty to say, but I remember feeling bad because everybody was standing around and we would take turns like telling something that we were thankful for. And that was the first time that I felt bad because I could not even form the words to say that I was thankful for anything.
That's all, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. That's okay.
Our next witness is Albert Groves, Judge.
If you would raise your right hand and be sworn, please. You solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
If you would state your name and spell your name for the court reporter.
Albert Groves, ALBERT GROVES.
Sir, how are you related to Ebony Groves?
That's my baby girl, my daughter.
Can you tell us about how her murder has impacted you?
I'm devastated by this. I'll just tell you a little story if you don't mind. She was born June 16th, 1996. Those who don't know, that was Father's Day. So I had a double blessing that day. Her name is Ebony Lachey Groves. Your friends call her Shay. I'm sorry, that's D over there. It was Shay. But between me and her, the DLG stood for Daddy's Little Girl. About 4 years old, she was in daycare. She made me this little pot holder, and it had DLG on it, Daddy's Little Girl. I still got it, still use it. I mean, when your kids give you something, you're gonna use it. We would go places, out to eat, and we always took turns saying the prayer. That was what we do. We always pray with food. I'd pray once, she prayed once. She was just like me, except she's a girl. She think like me, she act like me, she just had my ways, you know. And my family would tell you that she's just like you. Even her temperament was just like me. So it is what it is. So yeah, you know, and everything I done, she wanted to do growing up. And when she got a little older, I would always call her my little mini me. So that's how close we were.
How has this impacted the rest of your family?
My mom, my dad, her uncles, her aunts, they're devastated. When she passed away, my mom wasn't able to make it to the funeral. That hurt everyone. You know, it hurt. She couldn't make it. You know, her great uncles and great aunts, they're just devastated. You know, someone with so much potential, future, looking bright. I worked hard. Well, me and her mom worked hard for years to educate. That's all we preach. School. She made it. Got a scholarship to Belmont. About to graduate. Everything was great. I mean, she was a blessed child. She's a loving child. A beautiful child. I'm devastated. I'm devastated.
Those are my questions for Mr. Gray.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, our last witness is Cheryl Groves Baker.
Now, if you would raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
You solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Would you please state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Cheryl Groves Baker, SHIRL GROVES BAKER.
And ma'am, how are you related to D'Ebony Groves?
I am the proud mother of D'Ebony Lachey Groves.
Ma'am, how has her murder impacted you?
All of my dreams that I've ever had for her, to have a successful future, just disintegrated in the air on April 22nd, 2018. My days now are spent with scheduled weekly visits to the cemetery, which is usually on Sundays because I pass by going to church and coming back home. Many days of unmanageable tears I just can't seem to control them, continually flowing. A broken heart and a hole in my soul. We got our nails done together. I've also been diagnosed with a skin disorder where my skin is starting to discolorate, and it's due to nerves. I struggle even taking a picture because those that know my daughter know she was a photo queen. She took pictures in the laundry room, going to the mailbox, waking up, going to bed, cooking. I mean, she just took so many photos. And I go around and I speak at women events on her behalf. And every time I pose for a picture, I cry. What do I have to smile about? She should be here. She should be here under different circumstances.
How has her murder impacted the rest of your family?
The closeness is still there. But there's always a piece of the puzzle that is missing. And we try to bring it together. We still have family dinners and family outings. We still check on each other, encourage each other. When deep down inside, that one special, significant piece will never be able to complete our puzzle.
Has it also extended to the impact you've seen on even her sorority sisters?
Could you repeat that?
Has it even extended to the impact that you've seen on her sorority sisters? And can you tell us about that?
I would like for you to read it one more time. It'll give me time to get my composure together.
Have you even seen the impact of her murder on her closest friends or sorority sisters?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
There are several of them here today. And every event that we have had since the Ebony passed, her birthday, the anniversary, Christmas, Mother's Day, they come waiting on me hand and foot. Whatever I need, whatever I want, they're there. And I'd just like to take this time to say thank you to everyone that has prayed on behalf of my family. Because everyone doesn't have a support group. And I know that through the prayers and through the support, her legacy is still alive and she will continue to fly high.
Those are my questions, Jeff.
Thank you. Anything else from the state? Anything from the family?
We're going to rely on the evidence we presented at the trial to support the mitigating factors.
All right. Members of the jury, that concludes the evidentiary portion of the trial. We're going to, let me see, a couple of the attorneys, one from each side will be fine. There's a couple of legal things I need to address with the attorneys before they do their closing. So you'll just step outside. We'll get you back in here as soon as we possibly can. All right, be seated. Let's go over the instructions that will be provided to the jury before we do closing arguments and make sure we got everything lined up and in order. Is there anything from the state?
Has everything that's needed.
All right, so the state has no objections to the way it's been prepared. Defense, I think Mr. Bruno, you may have wanted to comment on something.
There's only one thing, and I don't know in the end if it makes a difference in how they find things, but I think for it to be correct, the bottom of page 4,
all right,
because they have to find the aggravating circumstance. I don't know that it's appropriate to say, to tell them already, however, by your guilty verdicts, you've effectively found beyond a reasonable doubt the 2 aggravating circumstances filed by the state. Because they have to
I'll
find
go back and I'll change that word. I mean,
I don't
in effect what they've done, but I understand.
And I don't know that it makes a difference when they actually deliberate, but I think to be proper, I don't know that we should be telling them that they've already met a certain burden effectively.
All right, I'll change that.
Just deleting that one sentence.
That's what I was going to do. I was going to delete that. Is there anywhere else?
I don't think I've seen that anywhere else. I don't have any other issues with the rest of it. And I just feel obligated to.
No, I fully agree.
I don't think that's correct.
There was actually on page 6 kind of that same type of wording. I redid it. It's the very first sentence under the verdict, life imprisonment or life imprisonment without possibility of parole, that very first sentence. So I've redrafted it just to say, if you find that the statutory aggravating circumstances have been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. You see?
Yes, sir, I agree.
That work?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's take about 2 or 3 minutes. We'll get these changes made real quick, and so we can get the printing started for the jury.
And Judge, if we could actually take about 5 minutes, that'd be great. Can we do that?
5 full minutes?
5 full minutes. All right, 300 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please, court, members of the jury, there is only one more serious ask that the state could make in a case like this. There are 3 punishments for first-degree murder. Judge Fishburne told you a week ago last Tuesday that this was not a death penalty case. That leaves 2 punishments available for Travis Reinking. One is the minimum, and one is the middle, but the maximum of what he is exposed to in this trial. This is not, I submit, a case that Travis Reinking deserves a minimum sentence. Whether it's 53 years, whether it's whatever it might be, that is a minimum sentence that he is asking you to impose. What possible argument can be made that he deserves a minimum sentence? Mitigation, doesn't matter if there are 1,000 points in mitigation. I don't care. 5, 50, whatever. If you find, and by your verdict you have, submit, found that 2 aggravating circumstances exist beyond a reasonable doubt. He is a mass murderer. And his actions resulted in other people being in great risk of death. To 2 or more persons. 22 people in that Waffle House. We've talked about that, and James Shaw Jr., all those people could have had bullets tearing through them. You saw here this morning, those bullets didn't just rip through Joey Perez, Taurean Sanderlin, Akilah Dasilva, and Abede Groves. Those bullets ripped through literally dozens, if not hundreds of people. And those bullets remain in them every single day. Judge will tell you this instruction is very short about how to consider victim impact, and you really aren't supposed to until you've found beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of 1 or more aggravating circumstances. Again, then you can consider it. And if there is anyone who is not moved by what we have heard here today, whether in this courtroom or listening and watching from wherever they may be, those bullets are still ripping through people today. That does not deserve the minimum punishment. Talk about what is deserved. That is your choice. In this, you're to weigh and consider. It's not a balancing of, oh, we've got 2 aggravating circumstances, 3 mitigating, that sort of like a baseball game, 3-2. No. Once those aggravating circumstances have been proven, it's your judgment, your call. No finding beyond a reasonable doubt of anything outweighs something or other. It is your considered judgment of what Travis Reinking punishment should be for the acts that he committed. The value of life. The value of life. Those 4 young people very young to me, with their lives ahead of them, futures promising, families. They're always going to be someone's child, daddy's little girl. The bullets are still ripping. Graveyard visits, birthdays, reunions, celebrations. Never be the same. Parents of these children, relatives of these children, who were fine, upstanding young adults. Weeks away from graduating from Belmont. Musician, talented. A person who'd wanted to be a cook, was living his dream. Living his dream. Joey Perez, coming to help his brother start a business. I think there's a term for what we heard here this morning from a number of these victims. That's what they are. They are victims of Travis Reinking, as surely as Joey, Taurean, Akilah, and Abede. Survivor guilt. Imagine Abede living every day with the "I wish it had been me." And Travis Reinking deserves the minimum. Should receive the minimum. I think not. On behalf of the state, I submit not. There is a value to life that Travis Reinking did not apply, did not consider, other than remember back when Special Agent Williams, now the ATF, if he had made one more move, had not surrendered, there's a very good chance Travis Reinking would have been shot and killed. He surrendered. He valued his life. His parents are going to come and be able to visit him. They're going to be able to put money in his commissary account if they want to. Be able to talk to him. See him on his birthday. Every single one of these families, their friends, their loved ones, have to go to a graveyard to pay a visit. And he says, I should get the minimum. That is why the state is asking for you to impose in your sound judgment and your sole determination a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for each, for Joey, for Taurean, for Akilah, for Abede. Do not, beg you, devalue their wonderful lives by giving this man a minimum sentence. He does not deserve it. There are many, many things that could have happened differently. But one thing, those lives can't be brought back. Their memories will be cherished, no doubt, by everyone who knew them And I dare say they will remain in your memory as well. Life without parole is the appropriate sentence, I submit. The proof supports it. The law supports it. Justice for Joey, Taurean, Akilah, and Abede. They deserve a full measure of justice that is allowable under the law, because they did not deserve what happened to them. Travis Reinking deserves to be in prison without the hope of release. That is what justice demands, I submit, in this case. The state of Tennessee, the families, will probably never be able to express the appreciation in full for your service and devotion to this case. Again, what mitigation can there be for acts so horrible? For lives taken, for lives devastated, brothers, nephew, sons and daughters, Travis Reinking should not get the minimum for that. If there is any doubt about how seriously the state believes this to be the appropriate punishment, let there be no doubt. Life without parole is the only acceptable sentence for what this man did. And we respectfully ask you to impose it. Thank you.
As my co-counsel said at the beginning of this morning, I'll say again, and as we've said throughout this process, we appreciate your attention. Today has been a heavy day. And the two words that I think of that describe it is insurmountable loss. We're not here to take away from that or to in any way suggest that that's not what has happened. And the district attorney, made a statement. He said, how could there have been anyone, something to the effect of, that wouldn't have been moved by what they heard this morning? And I would agree with that. I was moved. How could you not be moved? It's tragic. But when you go back into that jury room for this portion to deliberate about this. The judge is going to instruct you that your emotional response to the testimony this morning cannot be the basis for the sentence that you render. It can't. The law doesn't allow it. And the district attorney talked to you about the sentence that the law requires, that justice requires. And it's interesting when you think about that concept, because in reality, although he didn't say it, and I understand why, law and justice requires you to consider the mitigating circumstances. It requires you to consider Mr. Reinking. It requires it. Justice demands it. The law demands it. And that's not to say or to take away from anything that these victims, and they are, undoubtedly have suffered in this case. And you should not feel bad if you are considering Mr. Reinking, because the judge is going to tell you you have to. The legislature says you have to. And it's hard. There's no doubt it's hard. To see that, to hear that, to know that, and still have to take that step. But it's what law and justice demand. And there was a conversation that the district attorney was having with you about minimum punishments and what punishments. And it's interesting when we took that in with the law. And let me make one thing straight right now. As much as your hearts go out to the victims, know this: nothing you do today is going to make them whole. It won't ever make them whole. And that's one of the reasons it's not your job to make them whole. You can't. And that's one of the reasons why the law says emotion can't be the driving force. It can't be the consideration. Because if that were the consideration, who wouldn't do it? Right? But it can't be. You have to take that out and look. And you have to ask yourself a question. When you're determining a sentence in a case like this, and remember, the district attorney's office, they decide what punishment they want to seek. And it's up to you to decide which one is appropriate. Now, he started off talking something about the death penalty, right? They didn't seek it, right? So he's trying to cause you to do this driving, this kind of thing where you're looking at all the three punishments and this is the minimum. If they thought that was appropriate, they could have asked for it, and you would have been considering that. But they didn't. And by not, you can tell yourself they didn't think that was the appropriate punishment. These are the two. These are the two. We understand by your verdict that you disagreed that Mr. Reinking could not appreciate what he did was wrong. But the legislature saw fit as a mitigating factor for these exact circumstances where a jury has heard substantial proof about someone's severe mental illness. And by the way, the state never disputed that Travis Reinking suffered from a severe mental illness. For this very incident. And you're going to read in the jury charge about how there's a specific jury instruction that talks about what mitigating circumstances we saw. And one of those is that the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law was substantially impaired as a result of a mental disease or defect. And then it goes on to say, which was insufficient to establish a defense to the crime, but which substantially affected his judgment. Based on what you heard in the trial from the experts, is it even a question that Mr. Reinking's judgment was substantially affected? Is it even a question? And you've chosen not to say that it warrants him a not guilty by reason of insanity, but can you really say that it doesn't apply here? When you look at that YouTube video, you remember the YouTube video of Mr. Reinking talking into it? When you heard the testimony from both of the experts, whether it was being brought out by the defense or from the prosecution, that Mr. Reinking suffered from significant delusions. What his perception was that night. What did he perceive? And the one consistent thing that we've heard from the state is their attempt to try to apply reason and logic to someone who was out of their minds. It doesn't fit. And way back in the opening statements, when we first started this journey together, I talked to you about perception. And it's appropriate for you to consider that proof in Mr. Reinking's perception of what was going on that night when you're determining the sentence. It's not a small thing. A life with the possibility of parole sentence is not insignificant. It will be 51 calendar years before he would even be considered for parole. He's 33 years old today. He's 33 years old. The minimum, as they call it, is substantial. It's substantial. Another mitigating circumstance is that the murder was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Who of you, after hearing this proof, can say that that wasn't there? Travis Reinking is sick, was sick, and had been sick for a significant period of time. Now, the district attorney talked to you and he said, it's not a mathematical equation. He's right about that. When you're weighing what to do on this sentence, the aggravators and the mitigators, there's no magic number. And as Mr. Bruno told you during his opening statement to the sentencing hearing, the last mitigator that we list is that basically anything you found to be mitigating, you can rely upon that. You know, the other thing is there's a mitigator that's listed, and it says the murder was committed under circumstances which the defendant reasonably believed to provide a moral justification. Remember what the testimony was. In his untethered mind, that was completely devoid of anything from reality, he thought he was morally justified in his actions. Now, in reality, was he? No. We're not here trying to tell you that. But that's, again, where we talk about trying to apply logic and reason to crazy. When you go back into the jury room and start deliberating on this, you have to look inside yourself and make a determination. Each one of you. And on behalf of Mr. Reinking and Mr. Reinking's family, who is in this courtroom, his mother, his brother, his father, his aunt and uncle, in support of him. No one's asking you to forgive him. No one's asking you to excuse him. But what we are asking you to do is look at these mitigating circumstances and question, if this wasn't a reason to give a lesser sentence in this circumstance, why would the legislature why would they have done it? Why would this be here? Why would they put these mitigating circumstances in here for you to weigh against? They wouldn't have. And we're asking you to come back with a verdict, or excuse me, with a sentence in this case of life with the possibility of parole. Thank you so much for all of your attention.
Yes, please. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the defense counsel has just asked you to consider Travis Reinking's perception. They described it as his extreme mental emotional disturbance, described him as being untethered. I submit to you that the evidence and the proof in this case that came in during the trial does not support that request to you. You heard testimony and evidence that a year before this, a year before April 22nd, 2018, Travis Reinking was writing in his journal about sniping people at a Nelly concert. There was no justification, no excuse, no sign from God. He was writing about what he wanted to do. He wrote, "I'm sure people would wonder why I did it, and then I would have writing and notes to explain it all. I would have people that I called out for help when no one did a damn thing." He is writing and planning this and keeps writing these journals where he keeps describing that he wants to commit a mass murder. Travis Reinking's perception was this was something that he planned to do. This was something he wanted to do. He even wrote that I want to write the book in a way that makes other people question my sanity. This is not untethered. His perception is exactly what he ended up happening. He wanted his journals to be read. He's trying to make a statement. He went to the Waffle House that night to punish people that had done nothing to him. Innocent victims. Mr. Reinking wrote in his journal, and Dr. Eisen testified that he wrote, "I want to start shooting cops, trying to plan this as best I can to have as much impact as I can. Hopefully, I will have my book out by then, and I will become a martyr." A martyr. Travis Reinking went up there that night not with the intent to murder the 4 innocent victims that he murdered. He went there with the intent to murder every single one of them. All 22 people. He didn't take 3 bullets. He took 90. Travis Reinking was planning for the 10 survivors that you can see here in this picture. He was planning to kill all of them. Trey Sneed, he was not supposed to make it out of there. Mike Garth, he's not supposed to make it out. Sharita Henderson, Travis Reinking definitely wasn't planning on her surviving when he looked her in the eye as he fired 3 rounds from his rifle into her body. He wasn't expecting her to make it home to her mom and dad. That is not what he intended. James Shaw Jr., he was not supposed to make it out of there. Brennan McMurray was not supposed to survive. Kayla Shaw, Michael Shaw, the cook that's stacking the plates up that James and Brennan were joking about in these moments. Douglas Lauderdale, who's at the cash register, he wasn't supposed to live. Alexis Lane, Abede Dasilva, Shaundelle Brooks. Mr. Reinking intended for her to lose both of her sons. He intended to take both of her sons from her that night. There are 8 survivors in this image. The Cordovas in the corner. Mr. Wiggins standing there in the plaid shirt. The Waffle House employees. Wanda White, Virginia Stanley. You can see Shantia Wagner there in the very corner. The Wagners, he did not intend for their daughter to ever come home again. Eight additional people. This is 18 lives. That was his perception. That is what he intended to do. I submit to you that it is this moment right here, when that glass breaks through and hits Kayla Shaw in the face, that is what Travis Reinking did not intend. He did not intend for that to happen, because that allowed them those precious seconds to be able to survive. It's this moment where they are able to scramble. You heard the victim's testimony, the witness's testimony in the trial, that it wasn't until that glass broke that they really understood what was happening outside. And it was in that moment that you see the victims scrambling, running. The survivors that made it, it's because of this moment. And Travis Reinking intended for that bullet to hit Joe Perez Jr. He described that in the handwritten journal that was submitted to you. He missed. He intended for that bullet to go in to the body of Joe Perez Jr. It was not supposed to do this. It was not supposed to give them time to get away. This moment, the reason that we are here today, and we are only here asking for sentencing on 4 homicide victims, is because James Shaw Jr. was not killed sitting with his back to that door. He had time to run that Travis Reinking did not intend for him to have. That was never his intention. His intention absolutely was to catch everyone unaware. He wanted to have as much impact as possible. Travis Reinking did not want a single one of these people to be able to run. In the written journals that were submitted to you, there were several references of Travis Reinking. Even if it cost my life here, which I assumed it would, I felt that there was no point in continuing life here. I hate to mentally prepare myself for death or rebirth. Travis Reinking was not intending to ever walk home. He went there to murder every single person in that building. He had this concept that that could somehow make him a martyr. But when you look at what the defense is asking you to do, saying it's not possible to apply reason and logic to crazy, to look at Travis Reinking's perception, I ask you to look to the evidence submitted in this trial. Travis Reinking described murdering Joey Perez and Taurean Sanderlin. He described it. It was quite uneventful. That is Travis Reinking's perception based on the evidence submitted to you. It didn't look anything like in movies or video games where blood spatters in a mist or over the glass behind him. It was quite uneventful in comparison. That was until I noticed the bullet holes in the glass. That's when I knew it was real. And Travis Reinking's perception, well, I already went this far. Might as well head inside and finish what I came here to do. He went there to murder every single last person. He never intended for Mr. Shaw to have that moment, that opportunity to make that decision that his life was worth fighting for. He did not intend for that to happen. He intended for it to be so much worse. I submit to you that is not a mitigating factor that should be considered. The defense argued that your decision about this sentence would not make the families whole. Nothing will ever make these families whole again. But a sentence of anything less than life without the possibility of parole, that is saying that he just killed Joe Perez Jr. He would get life with the possibility of parole. If he had just only killed Taurean Sanderlin, that would be the punishment based on your verdict. If he just killed Akilah Dasilva, that would be the punishment based on your verdict. If he had just killed Abede Groves, that would be his minimum punishment based on your verdict. A verdict that is not life without the possibility of parole, without release, is the only verdict that can bring some justice to the fact that it is not one life lost, that it is 4, and that this man intended to take so much more. And because of that, we ask that you impose the maximum verdict that you can, which is life without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
I'm going to leave it up to you. Your lunch is here. I don't know if you want to break for lunch. It'll take me about 20 minutes to read the jury charge, and then you can just want me to go ahead. All right, we're going to hand out the jury charge, and then In the criminal court of Davidson County, Tennessee, Division 6, State of Tennessee versus Travis J. Reinking, case number 2019-A-55, charged to counts 1 through 4, murder in the first degree, and counts 13 through 16, murder in the first degree. Fixing punishment at life imprisonment or life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Members of the jury, you have found Travis J. Reinking guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of premeditated first-degree murder as charged in counts 1 through 4 and first-degree felony murder as charged in counts 13 through 16 of the indictment. By operation of law, counts 1 and 13, counts 2 and 14, counts 3 and 15, and counts 4 and 16 are merged into singular convictions for punishment purposes. The evidence in the punishment phase has been completed. It is my duty now to instruct you as to the law. The law applicable to this punishment phase is stated in the instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. Opening statements, closing arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence applying the law, but they are not evidence. If statements were made by an attorney that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. This principle also applies to alleged statements or alleged facts suggested by an attorney in a question presented to a witness. Therefore, an alleged statement or alleged fact suggested in the question is not evidence and should be disregarded unless the witness agreed with the statement or fact suggested in the question. It is now your duty to determine within the limits prescribed by law the penalty which shall be imposed as punishment for these offenses. Tennessee law provides that a person convicted of murder in the first degree shall be punished by imprisonment for life without parole, possibility of parole, or by imprisonment for life. The defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In arriving at this determination, you are authorized to weigh and consider any of the statutory aggravating circumstances proved beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstances which may have been raised by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt phase, finding phase, the sentencing phase, or both. You are the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in the case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, but the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judge of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. You are the exclusive judge of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. If there are conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, you must reconcile them if you can without hastily or rashly concluding that any witness is sworn falsely, for the law presumes that all witnesses are truthful. In forming your opinion as to the credibility of a witness, you may look to the proof if any of his or her general character, the evidence if any of the witness's reputation for truth and veracity, the intelligence and respectability of the witness, his or her interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the trial, his or her feelings, his or her apparent fairness or bias, his or her means of knowledge, the reasonableness of his or her statements, his or her appearance and demeanor while testifying, his or her contradictory statements as to material matters if any are shown, and all the evidence in the case tending to corroborate or contradict him or her. Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or is simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. Prosecution has introduced what is known as victim impact evidence. This evidence has been introduced to show the financial, emotional, psychological, and physical effects of the victim's deaths on the members of the victim's immediate family. You may consider this evidence in determining appropriate punishment. However, your consideration must be limited to a rational inquiry into the culpability of the defendant and not an emotional response to the evidence. Victim impact evidence is not the same as an aggravating circumstance. Proof of an adverse impact on the victim's family is not proof of an aggravating circumstance. Introduction of this victim impact evidence in no way relieves the state of its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt at least one aggravating circumstance which has been alleged. Statutory aggravating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one or more of the statutory aggravating circumstances which shall be limited to the following. 1. The defendant knowingly created a risk of death to 2 or more persons other than the victim's murder during the act of murder. 2. The defendant committed mass murder, which is defined as the murder of 3 or more persons, whether committed during a single criminal episode or at different times within a 48-month period. You shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as aggravating circumstances in deciding whether imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole would be appropriate punishment in this case. Mitigating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that in arriving at the punishment you shall consider as previously indicated. Any mitigating circumstances raised by the evidence shall include but not be limited to the following. 1. The defendant has no significant history of criminal activity. 2. The murder was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. 3. The murders were committed under circumstances which the defendant reasonably believed to provide a moral justification for the defendant's conduct. 4. The capacity of the defendant to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law was substantially impaired as a result of mental disease or defect or intoxication which was insufficient to establish a defense to the crime but which substantially affected his judgment. 5. Any other mitigating factor which is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or defense at either the guilt or sentencing hearing. That is, you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character or record or any aspect of the circumstances of the offense favorable to the defendant which is supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstance. There is no requirement of jury unanimity as to any particular mitigating circumstance or that you agree on the same mitigating circumstance. Verdict: life imprisonment or life imprisonment without possibility of parole. If you unanimously determine that the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances have been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole or to imprisonment for life. In choosing between the sentences of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole and imprisonment for life, you shall weigh and consider the statutory aggravating factors proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating factors raised by the evidence. In your verdict, you shall reduce to writing the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances so found, and shall return your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made a part of this charge. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to influence your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute impartiality as you think the law and the evidence require. The verdict must represent the judgment of all 12 jurors. It must be unanimous. As jurors, it is your duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without surrendering your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the sentence for yourself, but do so only after impartial consideration of the evidence with the other jurors. During your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion, but do not surrender your conviction as to the weight or the effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of the other jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. When you have reached a verdict as to the punishment to be imposed, you will return to this courtroom to announce your verdict on the verdict form provided. The verdict form provided reads as follows. In the Criminal Court for Davidson County, Tennessee, Division 6, State of Tennessee versus Travis J. Reinking, case number 2019-A-55. Punishment for imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. There are 2 listed. There's a blank. You can check the ones that you find beyond a reasonable doubt. And those 2 aggravating circumstances are: the defendant knowingly created a risk of death to 2 or more persons other than the victims murdered during the acts of murder. The other one is the defendant committed mass murder, which is defined as the murder of 3 or more persons, whether committed during a single criminal episode or at different times within a 48-month period. Therefore, and then again there's 2 options, you will check 1. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. This verdict form, unlike the other one on the guilt or innocence phase, must be signed by each of the 12 jurors who deliberate on this particular issue. And then it will be brought back as already indicated and read in open court, which will then become the judgments as it relates to those. Yeah. Yes. 4 judgment forms, one for each of the victims that was murdered as a result of this trial. So you'll end up getting 4, and you'll have to sign all 4 of them. All right? Anything else? You can step on back. Thank you.
Court's in recess.
Yeah, it does. We had a kind of a lull midweek. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm advised that we do have verdicts on each of these matters. And again, I will ask you to please refrain from any outward emotions until the jury has done their duty and been excused. All right, let's bring the jury in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, rough it, Mike. Okay. Juror number 80, Ms. Foreperson, I understand you've reached a verdict or decision as to each of the sentences in the 4 homicides, or the 8 homicides actually, but merging the 4. Yeah. Okay, and were those unanimous verdicts? Yep. And did you memorialize those verdicts on the 4 verdict forms provided to you?
Yep.
Okay, what I'm going to ask you to do is, one, stand. Mr. Reinking, if you'll stand as well. When you read the verdict, read the caption, State of Tennessee, just one time, but you'll have to read as to each of the 4 victims.
Okay.
Your verdict.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. In the criminal court for Davidson County, Tennessee, Division 6, State of Tennessee versus Travis J. Reinking, Case number 2019-A-55. Punishment of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or imprisonment for life. Counts 1 and 13, Joe Rene Perez Jr. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Defendant knowingly created a risk of death of 2 or more persons other than the victims murdered during the acts of murder. Defendant committed mass murder, which is defined as the murder of 3 or more persons, rather committed during a single criminal episode or at different times within a 48-month period. Therefore, we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole. Punishment of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or imprisonment for life. Counts 2 and 14, Taurean Charles Sanderlin. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Defendant knowingly created a great risk of death of 2 or more persons other than the victims murdered during the acts of murder. The defendant committed mass murder, which is defined as the murder of 3 or more persons, whether committing during a single criminal episode or at different times within 48-month period. Therefore, we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole. Punishment for imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or imprisonment for life. Counts 3 and 15, Akilah Jamal Dasilva. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death of 2 or more persons other than the victims murdered during the acts of murder. The defendant committed mass murder, which is defined as the murder of 3 or more persons, rather committed during a single criminal episode or at different times within a 48-month period. Therefore, we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole. Punishment of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or imprisonment for life. Counts 4 and 16, D. Abede Lachey Groves. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravated circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of 2 or more persons other than the victims murdered during the acts of murder. The defendant committed mass murder, which is defined as the murder of 3 or more persons, whether committed during a single criminal episode or at different times within a 48-month period. Therefore, we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole.
Thank you, Chief. And Madam Boardperson, did each of the jurors, all 12 jurors, sign
Yes.
each of the 4 verdict forms?
Yes.
Is there anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else? All right, all may be seated. All right, members of the jury, that concludes your service on the trial of this particular case. I don't guess you want to come back next week, do you? You're actually good to go for 2 years. You can't be brought in more than once every 2 years. So I want to come back and personally thank you and talk to you for a little bit in a few minutes. I've got some things I got to do here in the courtroom. but when I'm finished, I definitely want to come back and thank you for your service. I know it's been an intense, emotional week for all of you, and we can talk some more when I get back there. If you'll just please hang with me, we'll get you back to your hotel room, let you get all your stuff, and I think all your loved ones and significant others are on call and anxiously awaiting the opportunity to come down and pick you up, and I'm sure that you're anxiously awaiting their arrival, but if you'll give me a little bit of time, I would like to speak to you. All right, so you can step on back. All right, Mr. Reinking, if you would please remain standing, sir. In the state of Tennessee versus Travis J. Reinking, case number 2019-A-55, in counts 1 and 13 in the first-degree murder and first-degree premeditated murder and first-degree felony murder of Joe Rene Perez Senior. The judgment of the jury, the verdict of the jury will become the judgment of the court. The other convictions we'll just postpone until sentencing hearing to determine consecutive and concurrent sentencing. And I mean, I'm bound by the other ones that they have imposed on all of these homicides, but we still have the issue of concurrent and consecutive sentencing. And of course, I do the sentencing on all the other ones, as both the length and of sentence as well as whether they're concurrent or consecutive, although some of them are mandatory consecutive. But in any event, point being is I'll deal with the rest of everything else at that sentencing hearing. Because of my situation, if we can maybe look at early May and see where I am in that process and adjust it accordingly if necessary. Okay?
Yes, certainly fine with the state.
I mean, I know we're supposed to do it in 45 days. Is there any issue about?
No, sir.
All right.
May 5th.
Let's try May 5th. I might be in a position to come in and just deal with that one matter, but we'll see. All right? And just set aside, what day is that?
It's a Thursday.
Now, let's set aside a day separate and distinct. Yeah, let's try May 6th. I wouldn't want it on a regular docket. And it could take a while. And even if it doesn't, I suspect there's going to be a lot of people that will still want to be here. So we'll try May 6th at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, for the record, the state would ask that the court at this time, this 13th juror, officially accept the verdict of the jury in both the guilt, innocence, and the punishment phase.
Well, I'm bound to accept that on the ones that they have imposed, but if I impose judgment on the other three without the issue of concurrent or consecutive sentencing,
I don't think it's more of the accepting the jury's verdict.
I definitely accept it. Yes.
And approving that verdict.
Yes, the guilt or innocence, I accept all 16 findings of guilt. I will set counts 2 through 16, removing 13 from that for sentencing hearing on all issues. But the verdicts themselves, yes, the guilty verdicts themselves, I accept and make those judgments of the court.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, court's in recess. I'll tell them. I told the attorneys.
Okay.
I'm only going to sign because I don't want to. Where did Jason?